Activate. Begin. Hachimaru. In other words, that mean begin, start, activate, initiate. And other things that happen at the beginning of the streams. As is the case of the nature of the activity. Surprise, surprise. Maybe. Can I type? Can I type? I can't type. Ay, 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 ay. Tis the G lane. Low. And again, welcome, welcome. To the Mesaka stream thing. Stream thing, yes, clearly. Yeah. Apparently. I am so good at Word. So good at Word. It is unbelievable. Or is it? Hello. Greetings and welcome to Shy Assassin VT. We are gasp. Why am I always gasp? Why am I always gasp? We don't know. I never know. Yeah. Hello and welcome to Kiram underscore. And thank you much to Lane, the G Lane 88, as always, for resumming for 11 months. Yeah, it is almost nearly 1 year. E. Why not E? Quite a bit of time. Craziness, that is. Kinda craziness, that is. As always, hello and welcome to Egoists. Well, I would not necessarily call the weather out today terribly beautiful. I think that so far I am kind of having a pretty good day. If maybe a little slow. Maybe a little slow, but still good. Which is rare, I guess. Go figure. It's not really stormy, it's just sort of like overcast right now. I think if it were stormy, it would actually be kind of like, I don't know, more interesting in a way. I kind of like the rain, the sound of rain. Maybe like a light rain. That's a bit much to ask for, though. Light rain, maybe distant rumbling of storms, possibly. It makes the weather more interesting. To a point. Violent storms, maybe not so much. Then it crosses the line from interesting to somewhat concerning. Because I really don't want anything to like fall on me. Like trees or other debris. That would be bad. That would be kind of bad. I think in the last month, there were like 2 or 3 kind of intense storms that came through where they like triggered the sirens, and I've had to like take cover a couple of times for these. Nothing happened, thankfully. But that's always kind of concerning. In the slightest. Yeah. Mild excitement for a day. But maybe not in a good way. It's probably that I don't know. It's something. It's not the something that I want, though. Made myself some tea today. Delicious tea. It is, in fact, chai. Go figure. It's pretty tasty. It's pretty tasty. I've been sipping down prodigious quantities of it since making it. Prodigious. That's a pretty tasty word. You have tea? You have tea that's brewing for 30 minutes? You might want to go check on that. It might be kind of extremely well brewed by now. And or cold. Eek. So much eek. Yeah. In a lot of ways, I kind of feel like today is sort of a, I don't know, a bit of a slower day. Very quiet. Honestly, like, I'm not entirely sure what I'm gonna do today. What am I gonna do today? We wanna do something, obviously, as opposed to like not doing anything. That wouldn't be interesting at all, now would it? Nope. Yeah, the beginning of streams. Always a bit of a turmoil to decide what the topic will be. Get myself started with something. Get myself to be not tired. can be quite the chore sometimes. Sometimes, let's see, find some music that will do. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. More likely than not, I will probably have to, or maybe it will probably continue one of my previous projects. Or we could start some more. No, I should probably continue one. I should probably continue one. This would probably be wise. Game engine in Rust. Gasp. Gasp. Sounds a bit challenging. To be sure. To be sure, we're very green. Alpha and beta prisms. Very green. That's evil. That's evil. I don't know, if we made a game engine in Rust, then I'm like, then I'd have to debate between like 2D or 3D. Good grief, I have so many engines. Too many sometimes. I feel like maybe pick a platform. Never enough platform. The water? Forgot to put the water? Does this mean you don't have actual tea? You have something that's presumably dry, not tea. Yeah. I would suggest setting a timer. Yeah, I've been perplexed about something lately. Very, very significantly lately. Namely, like, the process IDs. These are normally assigned, like, sequentially. And I'm like, why does it go up by, like, hundreds or thousands? over the course of every few seconds. This is maybe this is fine. I don't know, but it feels like there's kind of like, I don't know. It feels kind of strange that there are hundreds of processes every few seconds. And they don't show up in like the process monitoring, which means that they're incredibly short-lived. So I'm like, what are they? Where are they? Who is responsible? It was probably me. I probably did it. Who knows? Who knows at this point? It's kind of crazy though. You know, in a way, I kind of have made a game engine in Rust. Just not the right kind of game engine. Although I don't know that I've ever finished any of them. I might have to revisit this. I might have to revisit one of my game engines in Rust. Do I want to do that today, though? This is the real question. I don't know if I'm really... I don't know if I'm in the mood for it or not. JS operating system. You know, this is actually... unless I, like, build a whole bunch of, like, system libraries or something, it's actually kind of not as easy as it might sound. It's tempting, but difficult. Because I was like, well, what do I actually need for, like, I don't know, Node, for example? Because on the one hand, I want it to be easy. On the other hand, I don't know. We want it to be, like, not super complicated. So it was like LDD, user bin node. And I'm like, we would need all of this stuff. Gallia, com, Pepin, 0. Hello. Good day. Welcome, welcome. Core temp. Idling. Idling around 50. We are at what, 70? Yeah, the CPU is a little spicy. Some of those temperatures are like package temperatures. Like internal. It's a little spicy though. That one of those was like what, 77? I wasn't given like a whole lot of information about which one was which, but it is It is a little warm. A little bit. It's not like a, it's like an air cooler, and it's not like a massive one, so it doesn't have a ton of thermal capacity. I don't exactly expect it to be like the best cooling. It's just supposed to be kind of, I don't know, decent. It's supposed to be just kind of decent. There are better air coolers out there. There are better AIOs out there. There are better liquid coolers out there. It's what I would say is a compromise. I'm not too worried about it though. Maybe if the high sensors start hitting like 80 consistently, maybe I would have to reconsider. I don't know. I kind of keep the CPU kind of sort of busy though. A little bit. We have a burr rating of like 24? 22? What are we cooking? How do I make this? CPU lazy, CPU direct. I guess most of it's the tracker. Surprised that uses so much. It didn't used to use that much. Curious. Very curious. But then again, we did a system upgrade. And like, I kind of like... I think I technically like downgraded Python in a way, so like... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. But apparently it's using more CPU. Which is weird. Because it used to be that it would like sit around 8 or 9%. So like half of what it is before the update. Maybe it's a downgrade, because technically we upgraded the system and then everything was like too new, so I had to like downgrade the version of Python that it uses. Very weird. So I almost wonder if there's like a sweet spot where I could like bump up the version somehow. on the Python and dependencies, and maybe get it to behave a little more efficiently. I don't know though. That does seem a little strange. Depends. I don't know if it's like any specific dependency, like um I don't remember what it is, but like after I updated last time, something just, I think it was like OpenCV would just like be broken and refuse to like set parameters. And I'm like, I don't know why that is. So I'll just use their like, what's it called, to compose like an older environment. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to tweak it at some point. It's definitely something with the poetry configuration for it. Because like the default version was like, I don't know, it required like Python 3.10 or something, and I think I had something a little bit newer, like 3.11 or 3.12, with some of the dependencies. And it was working without poetry. So maybe I have to tweak that. Also, hello, and welcome to Jade-san. Jade-san. It's quite the use though. That's a little bit curious. Quite curious. I don't know what we're gonna do today. I think I'm a little bit torn between the like operating system in JavaScript versus like I don't know, maybe like stream related stuff. Operating system and JavaScript in the same sentence, it says is this is definitely probably cursed. Definitely probably. The idea is behind this that I would like grab like the Linux kernel and like all of the like library dependencies for Node, for example. And this would form like the basis of like the operating system. And then as many other utilities would be part of just like written in JavaScript. Because I'm like, this would be kind of doable, I think. I don't have my other Firefox instance open. Let's grab that. Because we're going to close tabs in it. We need it to up here. Where do we want to find some stuff here? Maybe I'll pick some tabs from this window. Like, I have a bunch of data sheets from back when I was trying to do FPGA programming about memory. Now we're just gonna yeet all of those. All of them. Yeah. The Emacs. This is readline. So readline is like the... If you have like a command line tool thing, like the shell, for example, and you type like some commands, then like, I think it's Control U, for example. This is part of like the Emacs readline thing. So back whenever I had like the readline cheat sheet open because I was like reading through these to like both learn them and implement them. Because like my Twitch TV service integration thing, this has like a CLI and it has like some command editor thing with readline like usage. So I can press Control W and like it deletes words, or I can press Control U and it deletes all the line. And I implemented a bunch of this stuff myself. I also broke it at some point. Like, it doesn't cursor around properly. I need to fix that at some point. Microservices kernel using Nginx cursed JS runtime sounds very cursed, very possibly eek. Yeah. So much yeah. So much yeah. Honestly though, if we do the if I did like the JavaScript operating system, I would just kind of feel like it would probably be Linux kernel. Basically all of these libraries. Probably. Because I don't know how viable it is to like build versions of Node. And then if I'm going to make a decent operating system, it would also need like, I think it would need like the compiler suite. Like it would need GCC or something. Because, you know, it's got to be self-hosting. ELF binaries into cursed WASM translation? That would be, I don't know if I could pull that off or not. I don't know if I'd want to pull that off or not. It'd be kind of hilarious if GCC were built for WASM. But like the unless I built like my own JS engine, which is hard. I think it would be hard to get like 100% JavaScript. Cursed game engine in CMake. I don't know about that. It's interesting from like a programming challenge, but like making game engines in like weird environments is, I don't know, something that I like hearing about, watching. Something that I've maybe attempted once or twice, but I don't know if I would go down that route or not. I don't know. If we made an operating system using JavaScript, it would probably have to have some native components. $64. Who the hell got the username 64? That's pretty crazy just from a username perspective. Oh, it spits out images. That's not bad. Size? What are the sizes to width and height? Okay. Image height and width must be powers of 2. So like a decent sized image. Such as this one. I don't know, how big is this? Oops. It's 512. That takes like 45 minutes to cook. E. 45 minutes of user time. Seven minutes of real time. Well, real time is the wall clock. Okay, so it takes about 7 minutes. The user time is like per CPU aggregate. Seven minutes for a sphere. It's not horrible. E. The PowerShell. I used PowerShell once or twice. Did I tell this? Did I ever mention the story of the PowerShell thing? I dug up like a PowerShell script once to like change the monitor resolution on a computer because the computer was like a kiosk or something. I don't know. It was like a public use school computer, and they had it set to some stupid low resolution, so everything was like blown out, and like there weren't enough pixels, and they restricted the use of like the display settings control panel. So I emailed a PowerShell script to myself, downloaded it onto this computer, ran it, and it changed the screen resolution. I think it had like embedded C# code in it or something. I'm like, I don't even know how this is supposed to work, but okay. Totally 100% safe. Yep, totally not running crazy stuff. Definitely not. Totally not possible to abuse that in any way, shape, or form. I think they're GPL blocked CMD scripts or something. But not PowerShell. I might have had to run like the I don't remember if I had to like run the crazy command for allowing external scripts or something or not. I don't remember. It's been too long. I'm probably not terribly relevant. Inter-client networking. Completely firewall. Networking. Only the best quality evil. PlayStation. PlayStation 1. Yes, the infamous PlayStation 1 script. Imagine if you socially engineered people running your scripts by calling them PlayStation 1 scripts or something. It's a PS1 emulator. Totally. It's got a PS1 extension. 100% legitimately safe. Absolutely. Bonus points if you can actually make a PlayStation 1 emulator in PowerShell script. I might have to do that at some point. The novelty factor. Although I feel like it probably has been done or something. All the good projects are always, I don't know. Somebody's already done them, it feels like sometimes. There was once upon a time when I built a very minimal Linux system by just like copying a bunch of like the bare minimum of libraries to like a Linux image. I feel like we could do the same thing to make what's it called? A JavaScript operating system. And yes, I am seriously contemplating this. Eek. So what would we need? We would need probably Node. We would need we would need Linux. Probably need GCC. I might need some utilities that I don't know if I want to rewrite or not. I wonder if it would be possible to rewrite some of the utilities needed, such that if I build GCC, for example, it uses the JavaScript utility. Oh dear, I'm cooking some evil. I am seriously considering this. Because yeah, we would need a shell, I'm pretty sure. So the goal, I think, would be to self-host an operating system that can like build the Linux kernel, build GCC, maybe build a node. I don't know if we can build node or not. I've never looked into what it takes to like build node from scratch. What can we do with downloads? We could do like one of the package manager things. Package binaries. LTF. Let's see here. Get the source code for Node. I sort of want to grab the Node source. I don't think it would be suitable to call it like the JavaScript operating system. So maybe I will make a name for it. We will call it ECMA OS. Because it looks kind of like, I don't know, KMOS. ECMOS. I don't know. ECMA balls. No. E? Sorry. Sweet ramp? McDur. It is a DOS command. It's also a Unix command. It's one of the few commands that is common to both. CD. McDur. These are both common to DOS and Unix. Kind of diverges a bit. As soon as you go to like removing files or moving files around, however, things get very, very different. DOS, you have the concept of renaming files. So you have the REN command in DOS to rename a file. Or you have the move command in DOS to move a file. Whereas, like, in Unix, such things are considered just part of moving the file. So the Unix paradigm uses a shorter command, mv, for both moving and renaming files. If you're deleting files, DOS uses del, delete, whereas the Unix paradigm uses rm to remove. DOS uses like check disk, chk, dsk, whereas like Unix uses like file system check, fszk. Totally means check, not the other thing, despite what the memes might tell you. Oh, do we have a rename? I bet they added rename to that, like, for fun or something. Pretty sure move is sort of the same. Very similar. The point is kind of like DOS doesn't call it rename, they call it ren. Very short. So it's not even quite the same. It's all just about like, oh, I know, something else that might be somewhat similar, but also probably not, is PWD. PWD exists in both Unix and DOS. Tells you where you are. SL. Do I have SL? Hell. A CD. CD and DOS has changed directory. I don't even have an SL command. But DOS also has something weird, which is like... So like DOS inherits the ideas of like lettered ordered mount points, which are distinct from each other. So to change like disks in DOS, you just type like the drive letter and then a colon. Change disk. Whereas Unix is a much more sophisticated system that lets you like pick named mount points. They're all under a single unified root. So it doesn't have this concept. Which is Navi. Hello and welcome. / thank you to Navi. Navi, who may or may not be lazy. Very highly munch. Munch, 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 crunch. Hope you're doing good today. Lunch break. Steam locomotive runs across your terminal when you type SL as you meant to type LS. Worth. I don't know that it has happened to me very often. But still probably worth. The train? It's SL. You know how you do LS for directories? If you reverse the letters? SL. It's steam locomotive. Steam locomotive Unix command. Hello and welcome to Noctua, Trade Splatter, Yuki Vici. Hello, hello, hello. You have to install it. It's one of those fun little toys. I'm also slightly mildly disappointed that like the Arch doesn't have the Fortune program. Everyone needs fortune program. Yes, by the way, you definitely need the fortune program. I can't find it. Fortune cookie program from BSD Games. Yes, we need this. They call it what? Fortune mod. Fortune mod. This is my favorite program ever. I don't know if we have Cowsay either. Do we? Install? E? I don't know what I just typed, but okay. I think shell escaping. E. A very E. So much E? No, we haven't done for kind of a little while. I haven't tossed out a bunch of random shoutouts. Such as like Yuki VT. Yuki VT is a good channel. Everyone needs to check out the Yuke once in a while. Let's see what's it called. Can we do Cowsay, Echo? Oh no. Works as intended. The Vermont? Okay, that doesn't quite go. #1 cheese streamer? Want the cheese? Anything but the cheese. The musical? The music? Actually, honestly, yes. I need to reset my position again. I don't like how I have to reset my position all the time. E. Rymogen has a cheese emote. Sometimes you just gotta like cheese things. How to Cowsay? Borg, dead, gritty, sleepy, tired, wired, young appearance modes respectively. Tongue appearance. Word wrapping to support messages with arbitrary white space. Full color cows. Cows, milk, cheese. Very. Everything is connected. Line wrapping occurs at 40 columns. Runs under Pearl. Gasp. Does it now? User bin cows Perl script text executable. This means we can just like read it, right? Read write. Swap file. Oh wait, how is it read only? Capital? Yep, looks like Perl. All its delicious goodness. I haven't written any Perl for how many times? I don't know if you can pipe SL into CalSay, because I don't think CalSay updates live or not. I could alias view to vimr, but I would forget about that. You can change the train? Cow files. Pretty slurp input. Construct the balloon. Construct the face of the cow. Resolve the cow. Pick the cow. Train of cows? ASCII Mesaka stare? Are you gonna do ASCII art? Gasp. It's smaller. Can we do... Moo? I mean, it's a different train every time, but it doesn't moo. How do you? C51 appears instead of a D51. Accident is occurring. People cry for help. Escape. Flies like the Galaxy Express 999. French Oscar. Number of cars. Little version. Windy day. Prince version. Disco mode. Alternate colors. Number of cars. Windy. So what do we want? We want W. Some number. Colors. W. WD. WDA. Can I specify like a giant number? Help. Help. They're all up front. Capital F? It's flying? I don't know if it's supposed to be flying. I typed 200. We might be here for a hot minute. Too much residue in my tea. Blech. Did not strain very well. Like little bits and pieces of like tea leaves. I don't know, because I have like a different version or like something like this. My version 5.05. From the Arch repo. This may or may not be segmentation fault. So what? Train too long? I crashed the train. We've derailed the train. We derailed the train. How could this have happened? Respectable language. Like Lisp. Maybe. Maybe. An old rusty train. Yeah. Or maybe it should use the... How do I terminal? Can you fix my terminal, please? Thank you. Reset. Do I have a reset command? I guess, sorta, maybe. Node. Extract a node. Alright, how do we build this? How do we build... Oh, hello, Lotus. Welcome, welcome. I didn't really say hello to Freefall earlier either. Welcome. Platform list, operating system, GNU Linux. Okay, what if I want ECMA Linux? I am making something horrible. What did I contribute to the Sordix? I wrote an Ethernet driver for the kernel. Like you know, the Intel gigabit Ethernet chipset. I wrote an Ethernet driver. Yeah, pretty much from scratch. I used like the what's it called? Like the Intel manuals. Describe all the registers for the drivers. And I cooked one up. And then I kind of wrote out a stub for the Ethernet drivers, and then the project lead Sorty took this and built like a proper like IP stack and everything on top of it. It was C++. If you were wondering. Because that's the language that the Sordix kernel is written in. If your path contains a space, the build will likely fail. The Sordix kernel. Yeah, I briefly mentioned this in like the cyberspace the other day. It's 2025, and we still cannot handle spaces in file names. For real. Install node EAS into system directory. If you surround file names with like double quotes, then they might get expanded the wrong way. They might. Unless you do like variable insertion. The JavaScript. Node versus Daniel. I don't know. I would probably Node. It's the one I'm most familiar with. And it's also kind of the one that's like more... I don't know, it's more notorious, you might say. I'm not even reading this, I'm just scrolling through it. What do we need to do? We need to configure it. Let's just like work if we configure it. PowerShell building. Automated install. Open SSL. I don't know what I'm reading here. Very E. Prologue? I have never considered touching Prologue. Always very eek to me. All uppercase file names, 8 characters max. Unless you have a file extension. Separated with a dot. Maximum length of file extension, 3 characters. Minimum length of file extension, 3 characters, if it exists. Do not nest directories more than 5 levels deep. Seems good. Clearly. Clearly. Because that's not cursed. If your OS is confused by file name case, maybe it deserves to perish. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Case sensitivity and file names. I don't know. We could go either way with this. It's pretty common on like Unix-like environments. Slightly less so in like Mac OS and Windows. Technically though, Windows and Mac OS both have like modes that you can switch the file system to, where case sensitivity is a thing. You may in fact break things if you do this. Especially on Windows. Windows, there's a lot of software that doesn't really properly support that. Safe.exe. We need your GCC greater than 10. That's fine. Prerequisites. A supported version of Python for building and testing. Imagine an operating system that implements Python in JavaScript. Oh dear, I'm thinking too evil. Clearly. Too evil. Capital C used as a file extension for C++. I don't know if I've seen that too much. I've seen CC. I've seen CXX, I've seen CPP, I've seen C++ as an extension. I don't know if I've seen capital C's though. HXX, actually, I've seen those too. Definitely. HPP is pretty common. That's actually one that I use. Also, hello and welcome to Christopher. Why do I say it like that? I don't know. Eek. Export, configure, make. I guess we just have to what? Configure? What do we need to configure with? Options. That's a lot of options. Christopher. Christopher. More like Christ offer. Special offer. Make you an offer you cannot refuse. Destination CPU. ARM 64, IA32, MIPS, PPC, x64, x86, RISC-V, 64. Destination OS. Destination OS? Imagine making ternary RISC. What do you mean by ternary? Christ offer. E. Use Clang. You can use Clang instead of GCC. Okay, but why though? Why would I want to use Clang instead of GCC? Balanced ternary. I don't know if I've seen a balanced ternary architecture recently. I thought about making one though. Actually, it wasn't balanced ternary. It was like balanced septary. Septary? I don't know what you call it. It's like base 7 or something. Balanced tyranny. I made this crazy number system, which was going to be used for like a magic system that I thought of. And it was like base 7, sort of. So you have 0, and then you have like -3 to +3. Place value type thing. And I don't know. I think I need to make this happen at some point. I don't think I've seen ternary computers other than the Soviet ones. It's kind of like a difficult paradigm to make like 3-level, like 3-level logic. Kind of involved. Do I need to enable stuff? I don't even know. Build without SSL. Alright, build files for use with Ninja. Tempting. Enable transparent huge page support. This is only available on Linux platform. Do I want that? I don't know. Ninja? Let's see if we can make Clang. Completed successfully. Let's see, where did it put it? Out? Maybe not out. I don't know. Release. Alright, time to cook the CPU a little bit. CPU go burr. Sizzling? I don't know. Doing something. It's running at 100%. Maximum velocity. $84? It's a little spicy. I don't know, maybe that does seem a little bit high. I wonder if I have to, like, I don't know, inspect the cooling or something. It does seem a little unusual. I'm in the Matrix. The Matrix has the Misaka. Maybe. Everyone needs the hollow projector. Definitely. I can't even see the code. I just see note expansion of macro object constructors in byte array. Template ID not allowed for constructor in C++ 20. Oh, wait. Wait. I might. I might just chibi myself and then, like, be right back. Where's chibi? Now I need to be chibi. We are building node.js. I'm going to be right back. Oh, perfect timing. E. And then we return. Very, yeah. Gentoo. There's some interesting things about Gentoo, but I also don't necessarily know if I want to build every single piece of software all the time. Or is it Gentoo? I think it's Gentoo. I don't know how far into this we are, but it's kind of going. Kind of sort of going. I'm gonna have to figure out how to like cross-compile this. That's gonna be interesting. I don't know if I have to like cross-compile it or not. Maybe, I don't know. Being able to build it at all is probably a good thing, though. Although, I might have to figure out the dependencies for it, and then... I don't know, figure out how to build those. Because in a lot of ways, I want the system to be like sort of, kind of self-hosting? Maybe? What is with this warning? E. You know who else has lots of projects that sometimes need to rebuild everything? The Nix OS. It has a lot of software that has to be built. Building a whole OS. Little do you realize that a web browser is an OS. A very sophisticated one at that. I mean, it's totally an operating system. It's got process isolation, shared accesses to resources, common driver interface for like audio, video, I/O. It's got like user interface configurations. It's got all the fixings of an operating system without being called an operating system. Web browsers are incredibly sophisticated. They have a lot of features. They also have a lot of isolation by default. like the Chrome browser standard, for example, includes a lot of like APIs that most other people don't implement. Even the Chrome browser doesn't necessarily implement. But they're in the framework, and they provide like access to like serial ports or like USB devices, which are things that like operating systems would do, wrapped up in like weird web API standards. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? I don't think we're there yet. Web browser is not operating system because they simply launch from another operating system. Re-ME. You know, Windows ME is a weird operating system that still kinda sits on top of DOS. Emacs is an operating system, clearly. It will get there when we get there. Emacs is an awesome operating system. If only it came with a decent text editor. But that's why we have NeoVim. Imagine if you ran NeoVim inside of Emacs. GNU Emacs. It's at least GNU Emacs operating system easily in the top 3. Easily. I'm gonna have to build a Linux kernel. That's gonna be fun. I'm also gonna have to remember how to do, like, system images. Emacs is a UEFI? I don't know, probably. Emacs UEFI. You don't even have any code. What the hell? Build your own bootable Emacs. Yes, please. I got Hackaday. This is user mode Linux. It's maybe not quite the same thing. I'm sure it's possible. I don't know how possible this is, but like, Salad Forrest would definitely comment on the endless forest. Maybe. It's Forrest because it's Mokuyobi. The tree day of the week. You know what I need to do? I need to maybe shout out Salad Forrest. Endless pool toy shenanigans. Remember to boop the snoot. Very, very. What do we come by? This is node.js. We're making a very cursed operating system. So you want to be able to compile all the components. Including node. So I'm like, I don't think I've ever tried to do this before. Like, how difficult is it? I don't know if we'll build the other dependencies yet, but I gotta start somewhere. I figured I would start with Node.js. And then I think we will try to, like... Maybe we try Linux next? I don't know what else we need. Because I might need to copy some of the libraries to get it to work. Which I don't know if I want to do or not. But they would get me started, in theory. A very inefficient way to make an OS. A very highly inefficient way to make an OS. That's the point. Congratulations. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be terrible. It's supposed to be inefficient. I'm not writing the kernel or bootloader in Node. We're just building the operating system, the user space. Like it's gonna be like built on top of a Linux kernel. I don't know if it's a miracle or not. All right, what do we get out of this? Do we have Node? We have a lot of things, actually. What are all of these? So if we run, like, LDD on out release Node, this has dependencies. Node.js to C. I don't think I've ever tried that. There's a lot of stuff in here. Alright, what do we need? What do we need to copy? What do I need to copy? Work? It's a good question. Oops. Expected ATQ file. Okay, I don't have that. isn't my usual thing. I don't know, this seems like a Node thing. Is there anything in the docs about this? A README? General guidelines formatting? No, that's not helpful. What about the main project README? I have no idea. Maybe Google or DuckDuckGo, as the case may be, will tell me. Try DuckDuckGo first. Node.js. Twerk. V8 Twerk user manual. Twerk is a language that allows developers contributing to the V8 project to express changes in the VM by focusing on the intent of their changes to the VM rather than preoccupying themselves with unrelated implementation details. I don't know what that means. The language is designed to be simple enough to make it easy to directly translate the ECMAScript specification into an implementation in V8, but powerful enough to express the low-level V optimization tricks in a robust way. This provides a language constructs to represent high-level, semantically rich tidbits of V8 implementation. So it's some kind of code gen. For V8. Hello and welcome to Timadis. We're skipping the code. It's because I'm just skimming through a bunch of this. Because I just wanted to know what it is, what it sort of vaguely looks like. Today's project is a minimal operating system. Like user space, operating system user space. But written in like ECMAScript or JavaScript, as the case is often called. So like, I'm gonna take Linux kernel and Node.js, and I'm gonna make a very cursed operating system out of it, sort of. And I'm like, how far do I get? We're not compiling the kernel to JavaScript. We're just... I'm gonna make Node. I'm gonna grab all the dependencies for Node, shove them in like an init RAM FS image, and then we're gonna shove this into a Linux kernel, and then we're gonna boot this. And that's sort of like, I don't know, stage 0, is to see if I can make an operating system that inits into Node. So I built Node, supposedly. We have Node, and it kind of works. Kinda. ECMAScript, yeah, but I mean, it is a specification, but it's also technically also the language. Technically. That most people call JavaScript. Like, it is technically I mean, every language is basically a specification. But, like, JavaScript is a trademark by Oracle, which is kind of why the ECMAScript standard for the language even is called ECMAScript at all, formally. JScript is kind of like an older flavor of JavaScript, like an older standard, but with like Microsoft specific features built into it. ActionScript implemented a bunch of like language features that didn't actually make it into the ECMAScript standard. So like there's different versions of ECMAScript, the ECMA specification. And ActionScript implemented a whole bunch of features that were like part of one of the proposals, but they didn't get ratified into a standard. I don't recall offhand which version it was. It was like version 4 or 5, I think. One of those two, I don't remember. But it's like not a standard that is released. But ActionScript implemented a whole bunch of things that were like specific to this standard that didn't actually make it into the language. So it's a little bit, ActionScript is more strict in some ways, but also very different. Kind of. Let's see here. So what do I need? I want like a root fs. That'll be like my system root, and then we need to like copy things into the root fs. So yeah, I basically want to like build the Linux kernel and make it and make init point to like node. So we want to grab node. We want to put this in my root fs. Let's see, and then we need to make the kernel. So I'm gonna need a copy of the Linux source code. We'll go to, what's it called, kernel.org. And maybe we'll grab stable? Yeah, let's do stable. kernel as EFI. I mean, if I need to. It'd probably be good to support bootloaders in case you don't have EFI available, but I don't know. I'm probably going to be running this mainly under QEMU as a virtual machine to test it. Because let's face it, you don't want an operating system on real hardware until you're sure that it's like not terrible. Easy testing, exactly. There's lots of ways to boot it. Like, QEMU can support like kernels being passed directly, it can support disk images, it can support like pseudo TFTP net boot devices. There's lots of options. What do we want to do to this? We want to tar it. Wrong extractor. And then I don't know, it's been a while since I made Linux. There's something you had to do. Changes? README, documentation. Great many things. Documentation. Index? Very well documented, apparently. TFTP, yes. You can, like, specify, like, a directory to QEMU, and it will host it as TFTP on, like, a virtual network to, like, the guest VM. And then it will, like, pixie boot. I love pixie boot. I've pixie booted a couple of my OS stuff before. User-oriented build system. Yeah, I want build system. Index. I don't really recall how we did this. There's something where you like have to configure the kernel and then you have to like make the kernel. Make help for a list of all possible configuration targets. Seems like a good starting point, right? Oh my god, there's so many. Clean, proper, just clean. Config, menu config. Xconfig, Gconfig, old config, so many. I'm a fan of menu config, but I don't know if I've ever tried nconfig. Build kernel, build modules. Sanitize kernel headers to install header path. Rust targets. User space tools. Tools help. Packaging. Documentation. Compressed kernel image. Bootable CD-ROM image. Sort of helpful. I guess we'll start with, you know, the easy part here. CGI to run Python in the web. You know, I still have a bunch of that on my server. My web server still has a bunch of like PHP front ends and some CGI Python scripts on it. Half of them are broken. I need to make a new server. E. General setup. Emacs web server. Not the Emacs web server. Kernel compression mode. bzip. IRQ. Probably don't care about that. Tickless idle. Alziame. I don't know if that'll be much different. libc5 is new. I think new just means like I haven't configured any of it before since I ran. I haven't run this. It's not that it's new. It's like it's new in that I haven't touched it. EPF? Yes? Why not? Preload system file. Maybe not. TF in. That sounds fun. I don't think I want to be that evil. Preemption model. desktop. Desktop is probably fine. Minimal kernel that can run Node. I don't know. We're about to find out. Maybe. SB16. I don't know. Should we have that? I don't know where that would be. CPU time. Granularity, task level, IRQ time. I can't. I don't know if I care about that. Pressure stall information tracking. JDH? I don't know. I don't know. We're making a kernel. Config support. Kernel headers through K headers tar XC. Log buffer size. RCU subsystem. Is that a symbol? Symbol info? We should make expert level adjustments. Yeah, I don't need that. Scheduler features. Don't know if I need that. Memory placement aware NUMA. We're not doing NUMA. What's Sound Blaster? I only have a Sound Blaster. Or if I do, I don't know if it exists. Hello and welcome to the Sleepy Teal Coder. We're cooking an operating system. A Linux operating system that will run Node. Node.js. And nothing else. Control group support. I might just, I don't know, stick with like most of the defaults. Namespaces. User namespace? Checkpoint, restore, automatic process group scheduling. Kernel to user space relay support. Initial RAM file system and RAM disk support. RAM source file system. This can be a CPIO archive or a list of directories and files for building the image. Rest using I don't know that we would call it a Linux server. It's a Linux. It's an operating system. We're making an operating system. A DHCP.js. Look, I'll write dhcp.js if I need to. Or ip.js. Totally. Also, we don't have any water. I'm gonna have to get up to get some. I drank a bunch of tea earlier. And I didn't replace it with water when I was done. Let's see, enter a value. I think we'll give this an absolute path. Let's see, I think I am user ID 1000. Who am I? $1,984. $984. 1095. E. No? Compression mode. XZ. My beloved. Preserve archive times, maybe. Optimize for performance. Kexec features. File-based system call. Kexec jump. I don't know if I want Kexec jump or not. I mean, I would love to have Kexec, but I also don't necessarily need it right away. Kernel performance events. Test basic functions. Configure standard kernel features. Yay? More features? 104? I don't know. I'm gonna get lost configuring kernel parameters. And I'm gonna forget to hydrate. So we're gonna be right back. Before I forget. We have returned. Yeah, where, there we are. Ugh. I forgot to reset the position again. Let's see, what do I do here? I don't know why it keeps tilting me like that. Every single time. Every single time. Yeah. I feel like I could remove some of these. Namespaces. I don't know why that would be turned off. Automatic group process scheduling. Control group support. Program is this? Linux. This is the Linux ncurses configuration. Run make nconfig. N as in November. Expert level? Do I need expert level? Probably not. Default init path. sbin node. I don't think that will work, but it'd be funny if it did. While I was taking my break, which reminds me, I still have to actually like drink more of the water. I'm like, I don't know if it's capable of like running without certain file systems or something mounted. Liquid cake. 1. Hello and welcome. We are making an operating system. A cursed operating system. We're making an extra cursed operating system. It's gonna be Node. Node is init. And most of like the utilities are also gonna be like JavaScript programs or whatever. I don't know if we can make this happen or not without like some pre-initializer. I don't know. We might have to end up with like a different init pro. I might have to write an init program to mount certain things, but like if I have to, I will. But we'll start out trying to make Node process 1 Default host name. Files. The main thing that I'm like concerned about would be like if I need proc or not. Like I think we will probably make a stub of a /dev system, but fully preemptible. I'm getting distracted here a little bit. /dev was real. I technically kernel has access to like mounting /dev. Now, less so. I thought there were more settings to this. 16-bit UID system calls. What if we just turn those off? I may turn those off. I don't know if I need those. It might break compatibility with some systems. Don't care. Don't care. Bug support. ELF core dumps. I don't think I need that. PC speaker. Beep? I don't know, we'll leave it on. AIO. U-ring. I don't know if I can use U-ring or not. Bug and warn. Yeah, I'm like, I don't... maybe. I might leave it on for now. I thought there was more in here, like the modules or the drivers or whatever. General notification queue. Default host name. ECMA. I thought there were more settings than this. I don't know. Do I want this? Maybe not. Eh. I gotta turn this song up. Mandatory. Save. Leave. I didn't set up my, like... I didn't set up my init RAM system. Oh well. We can rebuild init RAM. I think the core part here is just gonna be to, like, get all the kernel modules or something. I could have swore there were more options. I don't know where they're hiding, though. Are they in, like, I don't know, one of these advanced mode? That's not how you spell that. Let's try menu config. Ow. Oh, maybe I was just in a sub-menu. I forgot that I was in a sub-menu. I was in the general setup menu. If that's not E, I don't know what is. Ay, I was in here, and then, like... I swear, I am silly sometimes. I am silly sometimes. Evil. Evil sometimes. For real. Guest support. KVM? KVM? Everyone gotta have KVM. Or maybe not, I don't know. These settings are not like super vendor. Xiaoji. I don't think that's how you pronounce that. Xiaoxi? Maybe? I don't know. Just turn those off, why don't I? I don't think I care about that. Maximum number of CPUs. Nothing I run this on is ever gonna have that many CPUs. Turn that off. vsyscall. I don't know about that, so we're just gonna leave that up. How much memory do we need per CPU? 8 kilobytes? Secure memory encryption. Oh, the things you find when you look through all the settings. Very E. Low memory corruption. Very, Secure memory encryption. So... just kind of a silly acronym. Maybe there is insecure memory encryption. Who knows? Who knows? It's in command line. Maybe not. Don't know. Q, 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 Q. Yeah, the end curses mode is kind of like not line drawing characters correctly. I don't know why. I'm not gonna question it. It be like that sometimes though. Power management. Firmware performance data table. I don't know if I need that. Fan? Time and alarm device. I don't need most of that right now. The default configuration that it gave me is probably fine for the most part. Got more hydrations. Maybe. Fixed function hardware. You don't know about that. Idle? Idle driver for Intel processors. Frequency scaling. I should drink the water. Let's drink the water. Bus options. ISA on modern systems. Binary emulations. X32 ABI for 64-bit mode. Maybe not. Virtualization. KVM. None of KVM. Software protected VMs. I don't know about some of these other silly options. Architecture dependent options. I don't. Link time optimization? Why is this a sub menu? With nothing in it. there's anything in here. Generate boot entropy. I don't care about that. Loadable module support. Module compression. Versioning? I don't need versioning. Block layer. We need block layer. Mine encryption, IO schedulers, partitions. Partitions. EFI? Command line part. I don't know what that is. Sun partition tables. I don't know about that. Solaris? I don't know, maybe. BSD disk label? I don't know. Logical disk manager. Skip. I don't know why I even turned it like. I don't even know why I turned like the virtualization on. I don't need it for what I'm doing. I guess sometimes get carried away with all this stuff. Be like, oh, I want this and this and this and this and that. Maybe some of this. Compressed memory. That's maybe fun. Where are we at? We're in memory still. Slab allocator. Don't think I'm gonna mess with the allocators page. Allocator randomization. I don't know what that's. Memory hot plug. Sure. In theory, you could like. I don't know. Run this under like a VM or something. Transparent huge paste support. You waste memory. Why the song's loud again? E. Recovery from hardware. Something, maybe. Device memory. I don't know about that. Data access monitoring. Are you user faults? Allow intercept and handle page faults in userland? Gasp? Memory ballooning is actually a very different technique from memory hot plug. Like, memory ballooning is definitely like it's a very, very specific technique of like marking pages as used. But they don't like go away inside the guest. They're just like marked as used. Networking support. My favorite. Wireless? I don't know if I need to mess with that. Networking options. Packets, sockets, monitor, maybe. I'm gonna just build that in. Fib tree statistics? I don't know. Maybe tunneling? GRE tunnels over IP? Maybe? SCTP. Sure. Datagram congestion control. Reliable datagram sockets. Layer 2 tunneling. Sure. Ethernet bridging. VLAN support. Oops. Distributed switches. VLAN filtering. I just turn that on. X25. No. MPLS? Maybe not. Netlink? I think we want Netlink. Virtual socket protocol. Sure. HSR. QoS. Why are there so many? I'm not touching that. IPv6. Do we turn off IPv6? Router preference? ESP and TCP? I don't know about that. Tunneling? ILA? IPv6 GRE? We want some of these? Multiple routing tables. Sure. Source-based routing, multicast routing, all the fun stuff. Multicast policy route. I don't know why I'm doing this. Source routing header support. Maybe not. I'm not going to use any of this stuff, but I'm turning it on anyway. Very Mesaka of me. Advanced congestion control. Socket monitoring. ESP and AH. TLS in the kernel? How about no? We have TLS at home. The TLS at home. Does kind of feel like that. It's like shopping. You want to put everything in there and then like you just want to buy all the things. I need to get out of the IP aisle before I throw everything in the cart. Bluetooth module. More modules. LED triggers. Bluetooth device drivers. Maybe? Turn on off all the things. IRC in the nut filter. I don't know if I should be turning on all the things. I think drivers are elsewhere. NFC subsystem. Packet sampling network link channel. Sounds useful. Almost. Device drivers are down there. Memory management. No, we were in memory management. Block layer. Architecture dependent options. Virtual binary emulations. Bus options. Power management. File systems. Might as well grab that. EXT things. Just EXT things. Butterfs? Butter. Delicious butter. Again, like I said, I am probably not going to use any of this. Network file systems. But it's fun to have it there. Kind of. Swap over NFS E. Just in case. Miscellaneous file systems. I don't know, I kind of want like squash and cram. Maybe UFS? Tactical CFFS support? That's A. Never know when you're gonna have to load some of this stuff. Spoilers, I don't need any of this stuff. Apple Extended HFS. Sometimes I put that in my kernel builds. Sometimes I don't. NT file systems. NTFS file system support. Maybe exFAT? Sure. Why not? Very E. Pseudo file systems? I was just in here. UTF normalized CD file systems, UDF. Overlay file system. fuse? Yes. VirtIO file system? Yes. Character device and new file something something, yes. Access control lists. Maybe. Debugging. Second extended FS. Deprecated. I don't think I want deprecated. Maybe we'll do overlay. No. No. Library routines. Do I need any of this? I don't care. Device drivers. PCIe. IOV. Yes. Express hot plug, sure. Precision time measurement support, maybe. Stub driver. PCI hot plug, ACPI. Sure. PCI endpoint. Probably not. Compute Express Link. Controller drivers. Controller drivers. Volume management device driver. I don't know what that is. Maximum number of GPUs. Don't know why you'd have that many. Peer-to-peer transfer support. Good enough. Let's see, NVMe. Definitely want NVMe. Hardware monitoring. Multipath? MISC devices. MISC devices. Light sensor? I don't have a light sensor. I don't have a light sensor. VMware VMCI. I think we want that. Could be useful. Could be useful. It's probably not useful. It's probably not useful. Low-level drivers. A SCSI initiator over TCP. VMware? Maybe? Verdio SCSI? Definitely. PCIM CIA? PCM CIA? Sure. Maybe not. There's nothing good in there. They're all very driver specific. SCSI transports. SCSI tape support. No. Device handlers. I don't know what those are. I was in there. What about ATA? I don't usually use ATA. Not enough SATA. I don't know, maybe we should have a generic ACPI. Generic ATA. Legacy PETA. Maybe. Maybe. Altio tape drives. Over USB? Seems a little bit unlikely. Remember, you can always get like I don't know, USB to like what's it called? SCSI. Maybe that's not the best option. But it is doable. Generic driver options. Bus devices. Cache driver. Something firmware. TMI table. Firmware configuration. EFI support. Load EFI capsules. Reset memory attack Apple device EFI runtime configuration interface. What is this? Confidential secret area. Confidential computing. Secret area, even. I don't know if I want anything in here. Advanced disk drives, determined boot disk, maybe not. GNS. Memory technology device. Device tree and open firmware? Sure, why not? The Firewire? No. Network device? Bonding drivers? Maybe? Mac VLAN? IP VLAN? Maybe? I want the TUN-TAP devices. Those are useful. Virtual Ethernet pair device. Sure. Virtual, not like something or other. Routing and forwarding. USB network adapters. I'm gonna get the RTL. Get some of those. Maybe. VMware thing, sure. Simulated networking device. No. Wireless? Wireless LAN? Maybe later? Ethernet drivers. I also want these. I need 2,000. Sure. Control A. No? No? I'm trying to not make a gigantic... I don't know. I think actually most of them, like, devices could probably be built as modules. Like, I don't necessarily think if I'd need to, like... I don't know. I don't exactly plan on, like, network booting that kernel entirely, but I don't... Hello and welcome to Takeda. Broadcast, round, load balance, all the things. All the things. Fiber channel... no. I'm not doing fiber channel right now. Input device. Mouse. Joystick. Maybe not. The event interface. Sure. Hardware I/O. PS2 keyboard and mouse. We kind of need some of those. The L:"Q. Hello, hello. I mean, technically, it's nconfig as opposed to menu config. Very similar, though. Raw access to Siri I/O. Blinding curses. Maybe we need to shout out the L:"Q. Evil. Very evil. Not that evil. Never enough evil. Touch screens, mice. Not enough mice. Turn those, maybe. Wait, no, not that. Cereal? No, no cereal. The evil Maisaka strikes back. Today I am attempting to make a Linux operating system that entirely runs Node.js of Maisaka. It is in fact Maisaka. Anytime you mention Maisaka, it makes the Mayuri do sound. Because it's awesome. I use this to, like... It's useful if you need to, like, get my attention. I also just find it fun. Very, very. Do I need to poke anything in here? Probably not. Am I gonna poke anything in there? Probably not. Character devices. Serial device bus. Maybe not. Invert IO console. Useful to have, maybe. Serial drivers. I'm assuming it's selected all, mostly just a bunch of the defaults. I don't need to poke at any of that. Unless I'm making some weird embedded device, which I'm not. Allow mem map of the HPET. Why would I want that? Weird embedded device air quotes. Well, it would be if the intention is to run like JavaScript as my user space. This would make for a very, very weird device. Binding and unbinding of console drivers. No. I squared C, I cubed C, SPI, SPMI. Maybe I'll do SPMI. HSI? Maybe not that. PTP clock. Pin controllers, GPIO. Power sequencing. Maybe not that. Thermal. Don't care about that. Very, multi-function device drivers? Skip. Multimedia. Filter media drivers. Media USB adapters. I might just module a bunch of these. Maybe we skip that part. Media PCI adapters. 2 R's. Reasons. Just reasons. It doesn't need proper reasons. They're just reasons. I don't want anything in there. Bus drivers. Media platform devices. Graphics support. Auxiliary display. No. Direct rendering manager. Probably want that. Display link. QXL virtual GPU. Yes, yummy. Give. VirtualBox. Yes, yummy. Give. Simple frame buffer. Give. This thingy. All the virtual things. Cirrus driver. Maybe not that one. Sorry, not sorry. Maybe this. Something, something E. Frame buffer devices. Yes. Display link frame buffers? Sure. Console display driver. Frame buffer console. Console rotation, no. Console deferred takeover. Boot logo, yes. Everyone needs the boot logo. Mesaka is the boot logo? No, it has to be like the Node.js like logo. If anything. I don't know, maybe it would be like silly. Possible. Maybe it would be possible to make Mesaka the boot logo, but it sounds kind of difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. What's in here? Compute acceleration. I don't think I need that. Sound card? Alpha? Generic devices. PCI devices. Nobody needs sound. Do they? Clearly not. But they suck a stare. Well, no. Maybe. Now I'm gonna have to figure out how to do this. PCM CIA. ALSA for SOC. Vert IO sound? Sure, we need Vert IO stuff. HID bus. User space IO device driver. Give. Special HID. Why there's so many? Why are there so many of everything? It's B I squared C. Oh, I don't even have I squared C, do we? Battery level reporting? Maybe. Maybe. Are you giving me ideas? Yes, B LED triggers. USB wireless device management. No. USB mass storage. Attach SCSI. Card reader. USB IP. Port converter. Port driver. Serial converter. Generic serial. Never enough cereal. Get that one. Simple. Many Miscellaneous drivers. USB Type-C. Controller manager. Interface driver. Alternate modes. DisplayPort alternate mode. Multiplexer. I don't think we need any of those. Physical layer drivers. Many things. This USB is tricky. Sometimes you gotta plug it in one way, and sometimes you gotta plug it in the other way, but it turns out it was actually the first way. Or you could look at it. You never know. You never know. MMC? Sure, we'll do MMC. USB SD host controller. Universal flash storage? Maybe not. LEDs? I don't think I need LED things, do I? Nobody uses the LEDs. Blinking lights? Nobody uses the blinking lights. Real-time clock. TMA. User space I/O drivers. Virtualization drivers. Avert I/O drivers. Give. Okay. VDPA. I don't know what that is. Hyper-V guest support. Sure. Common clock? Spin lock? IOMMU. give. External connector class. Industrial I/O. Non-transparent bridge PWM. IRQ. VHY. Defy. Defy. Nothing in the phi. I don't think we need phi. NVMem. Non-volatile memory device. FPGA configuration. Trusted execution. Slim. Counter. Hardware time stamping engine. We are building a Linux kernel. Because I want to make an operating system where it's Linux, and then the user space, instead of being like GNU or something like that, it's just gonna be like Node.js. It's gonna be a JavaScript operating system. Very highly crazy, cursed. I'm going a little bit overboard with Linux features that I'm probably never going to use. But that's part of the fun of it. It's just, it's not fun unless you have fun with it. Generic driver options. There's so many settings though. I think that's it for device drivers. Libraries. Kernel hacking. CPU hot plug state control, latency measuring, tracers. Don't know about that. Filter access. x86 debugging. Now we're debugging. I don't think I need anything in here. Timing information for both bug reporting. I don't know. Build ID, caller. I think. Maybe? Maybe we're good for now. User space interface. Do we need any of that cryptographics nonsense? Vert IO crypto. Public key. I don't need that in the kernel, do I? Probably not. Unless I need it for urandom or something. I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think we need that. Oh, what about security? Trusted keys, something, keys. Strict privilege. Maybe not. Security FS? No. SE Linux support. I don't know. Hardened memory copies. Path name based access control. That's kind of crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, I think we're gonna save this. Hello again, and welcome. Can always enable more stuff later. This is kind of true. Before we build it, I want to go in my root file system. I want to make sbin. I'm going to put node into sbin. Because reason. And then I also need to make user lib, and then I will steal some of these libraries. or put them in here. I should grab all of them. All of them. I feel like I'm probably not gonna... I'm not gonna have proper luck with this, but I'm gonna make an attempt. We have libc. And then lib64 LG Linux. I don't know if I'm supposed to take that. Chances are, though, it will probably break. Can we, like, give this all the threads? Or does it just do that? No, it's using all the CPU by default. Maybe. Or it's using a decent amount of the CPU by default. Use more CPU. Can I get it to use more CPU? Can I be like 14 threads? Now we're cooking with CPU. All of the salad variety. Maybe. Maybe. Possibly. You never know. Computer must go burr. Because I want to make an operating system. A Linux-based operating system. But we're gonna write all the user space in JavaScript. If possible. This is a bit of a lofty goal. But yeah, I don't know. It sounds like entertainment if I ever saw some. So, like, we have to build Node, which we did. And then we have to build Linux, which is what we're trying to do here. And then I'm gonna see if I can get it to boot. Or if it will seg fault. You know, I could probably just root to the like file system that I made. For testing purposes. Make sure it doesn't like seg fault instantly. Which will save me some time, maybe. Still gonna build the kernel though. Get most of that out of the way. Classic Chroot, 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 Chroot. If for some reason I can't use Node as my init program, I'll write some tiny exec thing that does whatever setup. And then, or init. It does whatever kind of setup and then like it boot. We do probably need to set up. I don't know. We have image here. We maybe could do QEMU system x86 64. Somewhere in here there is a way to feed it kernels. CPU maybe? I want to set CPU memory. I should probably give it some memory. Audio. I don't know if I want to change the device types here. Display. VGA. Kernel boot options. Use the image as a kernel image. That's what I need. Memory. Kernel. Did I spell that right? No. Linux arch. Yeah. Did it put it in here? Boot BZ image.
By the way,
Not the by the way. Decompressing Linux. Please hold. Parsing ELF? Stuff? kind of stuck, and I don't know if it's supposed to be stuck. Let's do VGA QXL. It takes so long to boot. It's XZ compressed. Maybe I should have picked a faster, like, decompressor. Why do you keep getting stuck? I feel like it's not supposed to get stuck. But I also don't know if it's supposed to be getting stuck like that. Eek. Also, in my system here, lib is a symlink. I don't think it would be running out of memory. But I also don't know. Let's tweak compression method. Let's give it bzip. That might make it go a little faster. Just a little bit. I was using LZMA, which is different from XZ. I've actually known XZ to go pretty fast in some cases. Alright, can we? Run you? Could just be a hardware thing. I don't know though. Could just be a weirdness with the emulation. Like, I don't know if we're like running in KVM or not. Should probably make this go way faster. And I'm guessing it's, I don't know, it's probably not. The weird thing though is that it stops at a different place every time. Oh, I'm like, what? Why do we get stuck? What are we doing here? It's very difficult to consider. Well, actually, no, that's kind of the same place. About XZ kernel. When do we do constant rate? Constant rate ticks. And I don't know, the frame buffer console also feels an awful lot like it's not really frame buffering. Which is weird. Where was that? Where was any of the graphics? Frame buffer. Console display. I could just turn it off initially. I don't know if that will make any difference or not, but it's worth trying. Burr? wonder if it's a wrong CPU type. I don't think that would do it, but I also don't know. Figured by machine type. We also don't really specify the machine type. Could do PCQ 359.0. I don't know. Yeah. Architecture. X86. Boot. That's 51 megabytes. Not that big. Like, it's not small per se, but it's also not like it's not like it's huge. Yay. I'm like 2 gigabytes. 2 gigabytes. It feels like it falls over. I don't know, it's stopped somewhere different this time. I don't get it. You like KVM? Excel KVM? It's doable. It's much faster. It's kind of like stopped somewhere else, it feels like. Don't know why it doesn't want to work though. I might have to try something that's, I don't know. Like this root FS thing here, this is like... Like, I don't entirely expect it to be, like, quite right. Processor family, I think we picked, like, Core 2 or something like this. As opposed to one of the more generic ones. which one? New root commands. Root. Dot. User. Oh no. Bin node. Operation not permitted. Have to be root to root. Give. No such file or directory. Is it not in there? Or did we lose our context? No, we didn't lose our context. It's kind of like not very... not very doing anything. Failed to run commands. This could be because we are missing something. Very, very possible. Yeah. So what if we grab something? What if I grab something else? Some other kind of some other kind of, what's it called? Library functions? Commands? Yeah, what if we grab something from, I don't know, not cat, ls. Do we have in bin? Everything. E. How about true? I'm surprised that true is not statically linked. How about bash? Bash is a fun thing and it has a lot of eek. What about, I don't know, do we have an S-bin? Or is all this just the same? They just symlink everything, don't they? Eek. mean, it's probably, maybe it's fine, I don't know. I don't think we have anything that's like statically linked. Try here. What about LDD? What about that? Not a dynamic executable. We should be able to run LDD then, right? Sure, let's just put that in our evil root file system. Honestly, I should just be able to sudo chroot. There should be chroot? Maybe you shouldn't be chroot? I don't know. And then you should be what? QMO. Actually, I don't know if QMO needs it. Probably not how you were supposed to edit that, but I don't care. Why does this not go? Why do you not go? Why don't we have S trees? Why does this not work? Command or interactive shell with special directory. Confusion again. Do we have S-trace? I need you. S-trace, I need you. Can I run this? Unsudo. That's a bit too much. That's a bit much. Oops. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's doing stuff. What do we do? Exviv chroot? LD preload? Open? Read? Read? Some mem maps? mprotect? Get random? Open? Get current working directory? Read link? Chroot? Directory? XZV. User bin. No such file or directory. No such file or directory. Failed to run commands. So it's using my old path variable. Okay, but if we do slash, xv, now such file or directory. I put you in here. What do you mean no such file or directory? Yeah. Whereas if we run this, it displays a bunch of stuff. Kinda. Dots. I mean, I don't think that's gonna change it. No, it's still no such file or directory. Kind of makes me think that it doesn't root the right way. But I also don't know what's going on here. The second one? I don't think that's gonna change it. That's being passed in as an argument. Only a privileged process may call true. I think it's privileged? I don't know. It returns 0, which means it probably did it. So I don't know why it wouldn't work. Very peculiar. Very highly peculiar. How about exactly? A leap smear? I don't know, that sounds like a kernel level thing that I don't have to worry about. Let's see, where is no end? File path name or a script or ELF interpreter does not exist. No, director. Why do we give it an invalid directory? Like it's like meh. Do you give me invalid directory or do you do no end? It does no end. That's the only one here. I don't know. I don't know why you wouldn't work then. Wait, this is Bash? Say what? Well, that would explain some things. That's never gonna work. It's very eek. I need a program. I need a program. You need to do, what? Where did, yeah, what? Delete? Why does this keep not going? Confusion. What's going on? Or maybe I just broke Neo them. I haven't really tested it since the last updates. You run. Why can you not file? No message, no nothing, just dead. I just made this directory. It's not owned by root. I can delete it. I don't know. I think this is more likely a case where NeoVim is just broken. Which seems a lot more likely than than not, because we did a system upgrade at some point. Like the other day. It's weird that it would be broken, but also not. S-Trace NeoVim. Maybe not. To 11. Did I put this in here? What's different? Package version. Why is the package different? Eh? Don't know E? Don't know why E? Do the thing. Do the thing. When in doubt, just rebuild everything. Error? Oh wait, error? Ay ay ay. Was you much? Ay ay ay. Which version did I have again? 11.0 something. I might be able to get like the mainline one instead. Maybe. Instead of whatever this is all about. I don't even know what that's all about. Wait, do I need to like... No, no. Update the tree sitter, or is that not a... That not a thing in here? Tree sitter get. It is a thing in here. Gotta do that one first, I guess. I may or may not have done this a few times. Alright, now we go back to you. Let's see if you can do the thing. Better. Better. Version 12? I wonder if it will explode if I install it. Get with an E. That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works. To live? Maybe. Alright, can you edit files? Return a 7. Oh, let's take GCC and my little file, and we'll give it -s, and we'll do meh. Oops, I named them both argc. Apparently meth too close to the sun. And so... Alright, meh. It isn't quite right, though. We're dynamically linked. We want to statically link meh. Which means... I need some different function in here. Shared library. Something, something. I think I want common. It should be static in here. Somewhere. Maybe. Maybe not. This is part of targets. No? What about params? Not quite. What about clang? Do you have a static mode? Actually, this might be a link option. Now that I'm thinking about it. What would that be then? Help me. Help for LD. I know there's a way to do this. Where were you? I don't know if this is really the best way of going about this. Static. Yeah, okay. Where my GCC thingy? Also, O2. Blinker option. Static. It's not very happy with me. E? We're gonna have to put that up here. I think we put that up there. Meh. So we run meh. Exit 7. Alright, so we're gonna copy meh over to the root file system. The one that I'm trying to chaotically test. And we're gonna get rid of this. That doesn't work. And then we're gonna try let you root. But we're gonna run meh. Exit with 7. Okay, so you live. $127. File. Where did it put you? You're in there, right? Right. 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 Not right. I'm pretty sure it was in there. Oops. I typed it wrong. What do you do? Exec break your TID bus list limit read link error on read link get random break protect exit. It's not a win until I like can execute something other than just self the meh. Like, why can we not execute the node? Why could we not execute the node? No, we need something in here like time, I think, and we call it what sleep. Where the hell that came from? maybe. Sleep for 2 seconds. Or still help me? Okay, do we not have true? I don't think we have true. And then we will include... I don't remember. I don't remember where right. Let's see, we have 1 high. Alright, this is more sophisticated. Slightly more sophisticated. Best file. And then we want to meh root fs. Yeah. Alright, so now you can do thing. Theoretically. So we're gonna go back into Linux. And instead of trying to start node, we'll start meh. I don't know if I need to do anything to meh or not. I would hope that's enough, such that we actually get somewhere. But then again, I don't know. Now, where is that QMove command? I want this in a file. Let's see here. I need Linux. Oops. That in there. Permission denied. Maybe I should stick this. In my sudo. I know this is not quite how you're supposed to do it, but I don't care. It's more fun this way. Maybe. Okay, and then we want authorization required. You gotta Okay, maybe I can't do it that way. Maybe I can't do it that way. We're not in X11, so we can't X11 cookie. Maybe we'll skip KVM for now. I used to be able to make this work. No, no it doesn't. Okay, this still gets stuck, and I don't know why. X authority? I don't know if that applies to like Wayland sessions. I don't even know if this runs under Wayland or not. How about standard? I don't think that's gonna make a difference. Non-volatile memory driver. I would think that if you run a process as root, it would give you root-like permissions. Maybe this is wishful thinking on my part. You could sudo C it, though, maybe. Maybe. Or SUC. Put it in quotes. Tell root to run. See, it will run root. But sudo not so much. It gets to different places each time. I don't know what to think about this. Alright, can you do cell KVM? No. No. It's very, very unhappy with me, and I don't know why. GPU? It doesn't need GPU drivers. Getting stuck somewhere here. This virtual machine, it be getting stuck. Oops. Maybe I'll make it generic. I don't think that's gonna be a problem, but I also don't know. And then maybe we get more debugging. I think there was something in here for debugging that I turned off. Warnings is errors. Oh, yeah, that's just... Yeah, I don't care about that. ARQ... Yumption? Config? Optimize? Kernel features? Oh, that's on. I don't know what that is, but we're gonna... maybe we'll turn that on, see if it makes a difference. Uh... Detect. Hard lockups. Panic? Enough panic. dynamic. Something. Core function. Console log level. Default log level. Default console log level. I don't think it's trying to switch to the frame buffer, but I also don't know if it's switching to the frame buffer. Because I kind of told it not to frame buffer. Support for frame buffer grant device. We didn't turn these on, did we? Those should be on. I don't think that's gonna make a huge difference. Virtual frame buffer. No touchy. Synthetic. I guess we'll re-enable this. Maybe we'll try that. Don't know. Don't know. I have no idea what could be like breaking it. Can I turn this to a higher value to get more verbosity, or does it like... Or does that not do it? Who knew that making operating systems was difficult? Even if you are using a pre-made kernel. It's the Saka of the May. It's the mind of the myriad. Hello, hello. I was rebuilding a lot of things. Are we really computing? I don't know, maybe. Maybe not. You might be computing, but you might not be computering. Right, they upped the log level. That might be part of why we are rebuilding literally everything. I was like, this is a pretty big change. And I'm like, oh yeah. Log level. Log level. Debugging and log level. You know, I don't know if this is maybe a factor of like stuff we didn't put in the modules. I don't think it would be, but I don't know. The CPU? All my hardware stats are in like the little... They're like under the stream. I think it's the AMD X50... 5800? I think? Or was it the 59? I don't remember. Some 5000 series AMD. I think it was the 5800, but I don't remember very good. Or is it 5800X? The X goes after. Yeah. X goes after. 5900X. One of those. Alright. Helium again. Linux go burr. Fusinint? It's not fuse, is it? We aren't getting stuck on fuse, are we? It's supposed to be sort of stable Linux. I mean, where are you at? File systems. There's fuse. Fuse pass-through operations. How do we build fuse as a module? Maybe NTFS should also be a module. It's like, I don't need NTFS, do I? No, probably not. Auto mounter. I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna turn it on. File encryption. I think I need to poke at that. Debugging. I think we need debugging. What are you? Miscellaneous. Make kernel again. What are we gonna do? Give you 16. Give you 16. Shouldn't take that many rebuilds, I would think. To rebuild NTFS, for example, yeah. Build Fuse. Yeah. I don't need to lose more weight. And I consider such things to be very rude. Goodbye. What are we doing here? Something else with file systems? Why is it always file systems? I don't know why we're not, like... Why are we getting stuck on file systems? What is all this nonsense with file systems? Are there something maybe after file systems? File locking. Plan 9 sharing research. I don't know. How about no? No plan 9. Not enough EP. Or enough EP. Never enough EP. What do we compress? Not enough compress. Not enough compress. Alright, we gotta build 7. 7th time's the charm? Question mark. Probably not. Probably not. NFS. There's something after file systems that is locking this thing up, I think. Or maybe it is file systems. I don't know. It keeps getting stuck, though. Why are we getting stuck? What did I do to deserve such things? Yeah, QXL. QXL. Key type ID resolver register. What is that supposed to mean? Maybe I need more gigabytes of RAM. I don't think so. I could be wrong. It gave me different, like, messages and stuff. Different messages and stuff. But not the right kind of messages and stuff. Yeah. We're not, I don't think it's RAM. I think it's timing related. It could be timing related. We didn't really consider timing very much. Gotta fight the RAM boss. Oh no. It's trying to ram me. Timer frequency. Performance? Probably not. Don't think I need that. Ordered vendors. Generic. Guest. Pair virtualization. Sure. So where were the timers? They're in here. You know, idle tick list. Maybe. Yeah. Can we turn that one off and then I don't know what that's for, but I'm gonna turn it on. I don't think I need to poke the RCU. Debugging? I don't know if we should be debugging. Profiling support. What do I say no? Process 1 is a statically linked program that writes hi out to the console. Or to its standard output, which should be the console. Which I think should be something that a very minimal system should be able to do. But it's not happening. It's not getting that far. I'm not entirely sure why. Why would you want to purchase my Sokka tech? It sounds like it would be very... Yikes. A little bit of yikes. I've like made some of my own operating system before. Maybe not recently. Mitigation. Not enough mitigation. Memory hot plug. Maybe I should turn off weirdness like memory hot plug. Or do we turn off swap? You don't swap, right? Turn off memory hot plug. Same page merging. Idle page? No. Contiguous memory? Maybe not. Swap. What is swap? Is that like a trading card game? Nah, swap is more like when you swap the deck. Maybe it is like a trading card game. E. Okay, apparently we're rebuilding the universe again. Yeah. I'm gonna be right back while this cooks. I have returned. Hey. Let's see how. Build 8 fairs. Sheen the boots up to display high. I wrote a bootloader once. I did a lot more than just say hi. I almost wonder if I should like change the settings in here. Still kind of getting stuck. Alright, here's a thought. What if we tell it to use the serial device as its like output instead of like a frame buffer or a VGA? Where was this? I'm also tempted to implement kernel debugger because it's kind of causing me some grief, which I would not expect. Oh. Instruction decoder self-test. Power states. Unwinder. IO delay type. Dump the EFI page table. No thanks. Okay, we don't really have early thing. I'm not even getting to user space, I think. At least I don't think we are. Deadlock? Maybe not you. Panic? Enough panic. I don't know, we might put the kernel debugger in here. I don't see anything of use in here. Oh yeah. I don't know if I've ever had a kernel just like lock up like this or not. Usually get some sort of feedback. do we need? Maybe I need a /dev. I don't know. That could be a thing, though. We don't really have empty directories for the different file systems. It might be expecting them. I don't know. See, I'm kind of sort of lazy with, like, file system stuff. Maybe I shouldn't go changing a ton of stuff. Multifunction. None of multifunction. Maybe we turn off VGA text console. Like, I don't need VGA console, right? No, clearly. Maybe not clearly. I don't know at this point. Could be anything. Could be anything. I guess we'll try you first without poking at the file system, and then we'll try it again with poking at the file system. Also, I changed like a whole bunch of things. What even? Symbols? Need more symbols? Alright, do you output anything on serial? No? E? Well, that's not very useful for debugging. It just makes it worse. Yeah. Not enough A, yeah. I don't really have a lot of faith in this one. Oh, that's kind of stuck. Right, let's give this /dev and /proc and /sys. All empty. And then we will try rebuild the file system. Because for all I know, maybe they have to exist. press something resolver. No change. You know, I am starting to be slightly more than that, slightly annoyed. Now, what if we turn off, I don't know, NFS? We're just gonna start turning stuff off. I think we're just gonna start turning stuff off. Like, I don't think it's network file systems. Seems very unlikely to me. It's probably something after file systems, but I don't know. I have no clue at all. I might have to like dig up some sort of guide or something. I don't know. I don't even know where to look. We're still getting stuck on something. Alright, I'm gonna take you out of the loop. Take you out of the loop. Take you out. Auto mounter. A What if I make ext into a module? Just be like, you cannot access files. It is no longer allowed. That'd be kind of funny. For about 30 seconds.
Wee woo, snack check time.
Snack check. I have not had a snack for quite a little while. This is very truth. Cookie. I don't have a cookie. I don't have any cookies. If I did, I would eat all of them. And then I would have no more cookies. Memory technology device. Skip. PC card. Skip. SATA? SATA drivers, right? No. Make everything modules. Maybe. USB audio. E. Sound generic. Generic. Okay, what if multimedia isn't a thing? Mode set E. Display a user-friendly message when a kernel panic occurs. Maybe. Don't. No, I didn't. I didn't. I might need to nom something though. Because it is probably likely that I am very hungry and just don't know it. don't think anything in here is necessarily what I need. The console display buffer thing, that's different. Something took over that. Hopefully for the better. About event debugging. All events to the system log. That sounds fun. Oh, that's supposed to be fun. Touch screens? I don't really need support for touch screens. Do I? Maybe not. Don't know though. SCSI logging. Don't think SCSI be a problem, but I don't know because nothing is working properly. Throw that in here, why don't we? Accelerator framework? No. Block devices. Network block device. Compressed block device. Too many block device. I don't know. Let's see if this does literally anything. And then maybe after we run this one, whether it fails or not, it might be time for a snack. Or food. One of those two things. Maybe proper food. Feels like it's been a while. We got a frame buffer. But then it's kind of stuck. (802.11) Failed to load regulatory.db. Do we need that? I don't know if we need that. I don't know if that's what's holding it up or not. Something to think about, I guess. Anyways, I'm gonna go get myself some sort of snack. I'll probably be back in some number of minutes.